And those bills are very similar. And I'd like to have Caitlin right now. Would you please introduce the bill so we can get on with it, and then I will explain where we're going.
Ralph Bohm, Hillsborough District 20, Town of Litchfield. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1626 relative to the unique pupil identification system. And we have somebody here from the DOE to further tell us about it.
Thank you very much. Caitlin Davis. Caitlin has to be out of here by 9:30. So we can utilize time to ask all the questions we want relative to the first two bills. Yeah.
Hello. Good? All right,
Yeah.
great. Thank you. For the first bill, for 1626, I'm actually going to talk generally about both bills and kind of how they align to each other. So for the first bill for 1626, when we begin implementing the Education Freedom Account program this summer / this fall, we determined that the best way of doing that work would be using the SASID numbers to track those students, so the state assigned student identifier. So we currently have a system that multiple systems that rely across the entire Department of Education on use of SASID numbers. We have robust systems of controls built around the SASID numbers to ensure the accuracy of reporting and data, and that includes, most importantly, the payment of adequacy. So when we began to build out the EFA program this fall, the SASID number is definitely the best way of doing that. We reached out to Representative Cordelli, as he's kind of the champion of Education Freedom's accounts, to ask him to sponsor this bill on behalf of the department to expand an identifier to include EFA kids. And I was very pleased this fall when we started reviewing the legislation to see a very similar bill on behalf of the Democratic majority, or with the Democratic majority reps on it, so the bills sort of align and are both, I think, wanting to do the same thing. Now, the purpose of the bill is for every single student that's receiving adequacy in the state of New Hampshire, including those receiving charter school adequacy or an EFA payment, to have a unique student identifier number, so the Department of Education can do its absolute best to ensure that there's no double payments. Right now, our system works so that we use a unique student identifier and track the kids around the system. We do it at a rate of right down to the half day of attendance. So if a child were to attend a Concord school district in the morning and then get an EFA in the afternoon, or Hopkinton in the afternoon, our measurement is that accurate throughout the year. We use a SASID number to calculate the average daily membership, which the payment is reliant on that. So we wrote the language to include the SASID numbers for the EFA children. At the exact same time, when we were writing that language, I did happen to notice that the current law does not include charter schools, although that has been the current practice at the Department of Education to give a SASID number to a charter school kid for the last 15 years. So I thought this was a good opportunity for us to add that. So that's why you will see this in the 1626 version of the bill, and can very easily be added into the 1649 part of the bill. I'm sure that it just wasn't something that was thought of by the drafting attorneys, because they didn't necessarily realize that that was also a need. As far as anything else in the bill that could be slightly different, so where it talks about the director of the scholarship organization for EFAs, I think we can just rely on the scholarship organization in general, because throughout the bill it talks about school districts and early childhood programs. And then throughout we added, where it talks about superintendents or designees, we also added scholarship organizations or designee throughout that. The other area that I noticed that there is a little bit of a difference is when it's talking about the information that's maintained in the data warehouse at the Department of Education. So in 1649, line 15, it gives access to the data warehouse to the Legislative Budget Office and the Attorney General's Office. I believe that ability is already through their overall existence and the work of the Department of Education, they already have that access. So I'm not sure that the bill specifically needs to include that information, because they already have access to confidential information throughout the state just through their existence. So that is really the bill, why we've asked for the bill, and I'll take any questions on SACID numbers or how this might affect either or any of the programs.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you, Caitlin. We're on the first bill, 1626, on the, I guess it's the first page, on line 26, scholarship organization director or designee. Now, we know when it's a superintendent or a charter public school, the designee is usually the assistant principal, human resources. How do we know who the scholarship organization director's designee will be?
So they will still have an account in the in our, we call it the NHDOE single sign-on system, and it's a specific account. So we don't have, it doesn't say Children's Scholarship Foundation account. It says Kate Baker or Matt Southerton at the scholarship organization, or it says, you know, Superintendent Murphy at the Concord School District. So it's a personally identifiable account, so we could see who is entering that data and putting that information in.
Well, but if they use a designee, how do we know who that person is?
The designee should have, so even though they're using a designee, the designee would have their own account in the system.
Yes, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Ms. Davis, for joining us this morning. So, taking a hypothetical, let's say you've got little Stevie Woodside that is attending a public school in his town, and then later becomes homeschooled, and then later than that, let's say, opens an EFA account. What sort of information would, and what sort of information would the DOE have associated with that student?
Of course. So for
This is just a hypothetical.
Yeah. So for SACID numbers, right now we maintain first name, last name, date of birth, and town of residence. And if the child is in a public school or a public program that requires data being entered on a student identifiable level, any data that's associated with that. The DOE systems do not store SACID numbers with name anywhere. So if you look in the DOE system, all you see is SACID number 12345. You'll never see that Stevie, whatever last name, his results are X, Y, and Z. So you wouldn't be able to kind of include that information. So various information is tied to that SACID number, including assessment results, subgroup information, and it's how we generate required to do for state and federal law. It would be things like determining the average daily membership for paying adequacy. It would be, we would also know that CV is free and reduced lunch, so we would know that we're going to pay that school district for free and reduced lunch. Now, the Department of Education, the way it works right now is for public schools, we have a count twice a year. We have a count on October 1st and at the end of the school year. And so at the BOI, the October 1st count, a school district enters that there's a child, the SACID number, and if the child was in the school district last year, it's just a continuation, or if the kid is new, there's things that we call entry and withdrawal codes, and it would say, you know, where the kid came from. So the kid came from Massachusetts public school, we have no information. But if the kid came from another school district, information would follow them, and we would be able to link them back over there. Now, schools are required for the purpose of reporting things like graduation rates and dropout rates to have continuity of SACID numbers, meaning we need to track them all over the state. So when a child leaves a school, a public school or an EFA program now, or a charter school, is responsible for reporting to the Department of Education where that kid went. So if they said that the kid went to another public school in the state of New Hampshire, and then we don't see a record for that in another public school using that same SACID number, we will work with the school to say that kid did not show up. We really need to track that kid, find out where they. And a lot of times it's, oh no, they actually went to a private school or they moved out of state. So in your instance, so we would have an entry code from when the kid enrolled, say in kindergarten. Kid leaves in second grade, we would have an exit code, exit to homeschool. And then now the child is accessing an EFA. there will be a re-entry code that the scholarship organization will use, and the scholarship organization is to the best of their ability ensuring continuity of SACID numbers. So we will have the number, and that same number will be used throughout that. And that's how, when we are looking at the phase-out grants, or when we were looking at, when we had questions, I believe it was last week, about how many kids were in public schools with EFA, that's how we were able to do that, because we were able to take the list of SACID numbers that the EFA program has reported to us and look back in our system for the past 10 years and say, this SACID number appeared at any given time in a public school, or this SACID number is brand new and it's never appeared in a public school before.
So, Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Caitlin.
Hello.
In the past, as I remember, and it's getting further and further away, we were having some trouble in the system finding those particularly high school students who left and went somewhere. And I don't know whether it was the receiving school wasn't reporting or what, but there was always a cadre that sometimes grew pretty large of kids that were in limbo. They had left. I mean, it was clear they'd left, but there was not clear whether they showed up anywhere, particularly other than New Hampshire school. Is that still an issue?
I mean, it could certainly be an issue. So our systems right now are set up to reduce duplication. So if Art Ellison were to leave Concord High School, and then an Art Ellison were to show up in Hopkinton High School with the same date of birth and name, we would say, our system would automatically say, are you sure it's not that same person? And then it would help the schools work together. The system also shows a report to both Concord and to Hopkinton saying, hey, this person looks the same. Are you sure it's not the same? So that matching is included. But there's always that risk that a child leaves and then is not picked up someplace else, and in which case the school, as you well know this, the school would have to count that kid as a dropout. So, and that's how our dropout reporting works, is if a child is not picked up and there's no graduation record, we assume that child is a dropout.
Thank you.
I've got a question, if I may. Is there any tracking of the homeschooling youngsters in terms of the unique pupil identifier?
So the only reason we would have information on a child participating in a homeschool program is if a child is now receiving an EFA or participating in a class at their public school. So there is a small set aside in adequacy for public schools that are offering classes to homeschool kids at the high school level. So if a kid takes, say, calculus at their high school, a homeschool kid, they would have a SACID number, and they would report that information back to the Department of Education for us to be able to make that adequacy payment. But other than that, there's no tracking for SACID numbers for homeschool children.
How then do we determine the ADMR in terms of kids which are in the district but not in attendance but doing the homeschooling thing?
The ADMR that we report does not include homeschool or non-public school children. It only includes kids that are in public school or charter schools, and we're looking at potentially including the EFA kids in those reports going forward. We actually had a conversation about it yesterday as far as reporting.
And private schools, if they're a tuition by a local board to a private school?
Yeah, so if it's a special education child, if it's a child who's
Or
a
just
school,
a regular student?
if it's a regular student and the tuition is being paid by a public school, that kid still shows up as a public school child. So you're talking about a Croydon situation?
Well, that's exactly right.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So
SBA.
those would, because those are still counted as public school kids. The state is still paying adequacy on behalf of those kids, and so we would have that information for those ones. But for a kid that just is enrolled right in Bishop Brady High School by their parent and not participating in an EFA, we do not have any information other than Bishop Brady has reported that there's 11th graders.
Thank you. I think Representative Woodcock had his hand up first.
Thank you, Chairman-elect. Good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Hello.
Good, good. I think I want to make sure I understood what you said previously. You're talking about SACID numbers, which I have some familiarity with. But the charter schools, you said they have no SACID numbers. I want to show you the right. No SACID numbers attached.
No, charter schools do have SACID numbers attached. The law does not specify that charter schools should be using SACID numbers as well, although the department has implemented that for more than 15 years now. So I just wanted, when I was writing the law for Representative Cordelli to add in the scholarship organizations, I said, oh, shoot, we should probably include charter schools too, and we put charter schools in. But it's working that way right now. It won't create any other work, because it's the exact same thing. We don't want to double pay for a child that is enrolled in a charter school and a district school, or potentially an EFA. So that's how we track all of that information.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And just to follow up, good, I didn't understand that, but thank you, I do now, it's much clearer. In terms of academic assessments, and any of those scores, do charter schools report that at all through the SASA numbers?
Yes.
Okay.
So charter schools assess in the same way that district public schools do. And so what they do is all public schools, for the purpose of participating in the state assessment, do something called an AOY, an any time of the year entry, and that is used to roster the kids. We then provide the roster to the assessment company, and the assessment company then will provide us scores back for the rosters of the kids that we're supposed to assess. And that's how we track the kids that did assess versus the kids that were supposed to assess, and the appropriate grade that they're assessing in and their levels, and that's how we do all of our data reporting.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
You're welcome. Representative Luno.
Thanks again, Caitlin. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So, I think you had just mentioned Bishop Brady.
Yes.
So I was just wondering if you could, not sure I follow that. I was wondering if you could talk about how SASIT applies, let's say, in a situation, or for a student that attends Bishop Brady, for a student that attends St. Paul's School, and for a student that goes to, let's say, Pinkerton Academy.
Of course. So Pinkerton Academy, assuming that the child is a resident of Derry, and Derry is actually, or one of the surrounding towns that tuitions to Pinkerton, we do have student identifiable information for those children. That is because those kids are receiving adequacy. They are technically public school kids as far as our systems and whatnot. If you were to just tuition your child into Pinkerton and call them a private school kid, a kid from Concord that doesn't have a tuition agreement, we would not necessarily have any SASIT information on that child. As far as St. Paul's and Bishop Brady, we do not collect any personal identifiable information on those students unless the child is participating in an EFA. So we do not have total information. So if we know let me go back. The thing that non-public schools are required to do is report once a year to us their enrollment by grade. So if you look on the Department of Education website, we have reports that talk about non-public schools and their enrollment by grade. But what we don't know is, in that enrollment by grade, if there's 11th graders at Bishop Brady, how many of those kids potentially are an EFA child versus a parent-paid child. But what we do know on our side of things is, if the kid is participating in an EFA, we have paid for that child, so they could be included in that double count. Right now, we are not receiving information from the scholarship organization as far as where the child is participating, or even if the child is in non-public school or not. So we don't have a way of kind of netting that out of that number.
I have a now follow-up question here. In 193E3, there's a requirement for a data collection regarding the delivery of an adequate education with these indicators, which way attendance, suspension, expulsion,
Yes.
attendance in CTE programs. I always mention CTE. Those that and AP courses, those going on in the military, et cetera, et cetera. Is the unique pupil identifier reflect that information? We can get it in the aggregate. I'm not concerned about the individual student, but is this how that's being reported and
Yes.
gathered?
Yes, we use a SASA number for virtually everything that we're reporting. It's our main thing that we use to collect and aggregate our data at the Department of Education and validate our data. Because without the unique identifier or any sort of unique data collection, we would not be able to validate that a kid might not be included in multiple subgroups or multiple schools. So we have a lot of validation built into SASA numbers. And so we do have, for those college and career readiness indicators, we have a report that says that Caitlin Davis participated in the SAT, took the ASFAB, and achieved a college and career readiness, CTE credential.
Thank you. Representative Ford, you had a question?
Thank you for taking my question. My concern is with those students who are caught in the middle of a parental custody dispute. The and one of them lives in one part of the state, and another one lives in another, and each has custody for a part of the time, and the poor kid in the schools are caught with how they're delivering service, and if they, particularly they have a specialized program or something like that, it just sounds like a terrible nightmare for the schools.
I mean, we have had conversations with schools about how that can be a challenge, but as far as the reporting side of things, there are no issues for us. So they can in our system report who is financially responsible for the child, the district that's financially responsible. They can report that a child is duly enrolled. We have all of those capabilities on the making sure that the services are provided and who pays for the services. Those are unfortunately the local schools need to work through those situations. But on the funding and the reporting side for the Department of Education, there are not any challenges.
What time cycles would that apply to? Every semester,
So it's reported to the Department of Education twice a year, on October 1st and at the end of the year. At the end of the year is an aggregate of what happened throughout the entire year. So if a child were to move around multiple times during the year, that's when we would collect that information at the end of the year. That's reported to the Department of Education in July and August, and reconciled through all the different systems.
the differing schools can reconcile that and
Yes.
submit it.
Yes, and our system actually requires that too. So we have a report called the Student Too Busy Report right now, and it will say, hey, both Concord High School and Hopkinton High School, you both reported Caitlin Davis. She obviously didn't go both those schools. What happened? And it will, say, oh, well, there was some overlap for this period of time or this service or whatnot. So our system does have all those capabilities right now.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Representative Cornell?
Thank you. What happens to the SACID number if, say, a middle school student, and this is from working in a middle school for many years, the parents withdraw them and say, we're going to Florida, and we never get a request for a record, and we never find out what happens where they actually go. Do they go anywhere, or they could be sitting?
So they, with the school district will have to withdraw the child using the appropriate withdrawal code, which is exit to a different state. And then there's no additional information past that date of that withdrawal.
Okay, so it just goes into like a thing of they withdrew and that's it?
Correct.
Okay. So there's no tracking of,
We don't have any
They
interstate
never
tracking
show-
of SACID numbers or anything like that. No.
Representative Lewin, do you have a
Thank you.
question?
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks again. And I'm sorry, you're sort of like being peppered by with a
No,
lot of
these are good questions.
here.
These are good
But I
questions.
think this is really almost a learning session for the committee on this. Is there any role for SACID beyond secondary education?
I mean, it depends on where you want to track data. So you could track somebody all over the place. You could track them into post-secondary enrollment. You could track them into a employment sort of situation. The Department of Education does not collect social security numbers. So anytime you want, and we actually are prohibited from law to collect and use social security numbers. So if somebody would need to either say, well, to get true mapping of this person throughout the course of their life, whether it's in post-secondary enrollment or employment or whatnot, we would need to find some sort of unique identifier to continue on through that situation. So either the SACID number or having the Department of Education use social security numbers.
And so quick follow-up. So currently none of the community college system, the university system in New Hampshire, do not use SACID numbers.
So I believe they have access to SACID numbers, but there's not a lot of talking and tracking and whatnot right now through that. It's an area where there could be improvement, but I believe they do have the authority to use SACID numbers.
Okay. And the only reason I bring that up is because that has been discussed as a, degree attainment, post-secondary degree attainment,
Yeah.
has been discussed as an outcome measure, so.
Right now, we don't have information, our systems don't tie together. Now, many of you probably know that the Department of Education is undergoing a robust overhaul of our current system, and we may actually have better capabilities going forward, if that's something that were to be required going forward.
Caitlin,
great, thanks.
we're jumping quickly here because we know you're running short. How do we accomplish this audit trail of those who have access to like a superintendent? Superintendents are here today and gone tomorrow, and we're seeing a lot of retirement going on. How do we know that those people that had access when they leave no longer have access.
We lock them out of our system. So we actually control all of the access on our system, and the schools require, so on our side of things, so each school has a person in the system that can allow a superintendent or a designee in there. So it's an I4C coordinator. We have very specific trainings around the requirements of an I4C coordinator. And then we have, on our side of things, our collections that we do about who is the superintendent and whatnot, and that ties back through the entire operation of our system. So a superintendent is required to do a course size submission, a course and class submission that shows various different data. If that course submission is not done or does not reflect the appropriate superintendent, it kicks data out on other places. So we've got it tied throughout our system. The one thing that tends to be is sometimes there can be a lag. So if a superintendent does leave and there's a report that needs to be submitted, the old superintendent's credentials have been shut down, and then we need to obviously add a new superintendent in. So.
Are there further questions? I know Caitlin has to
Yeah.
run here. Representative Litchfield and then Representative Woodcock.
Just quick, thank you, first of all. Just quickly, so I can put it in the record, the acronym SASID, exactly what is it?
State Assigned Student Identifier.
I'm sorry.
State Assigned Student Identifier, SASID.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, just quickly, there are two simple ones. Can another school who has access to SASSA numbers check a SASSA number from a different school?
As far as,
I'm a SASSA okayed administrator at school X. I want to check a student at school Y who may come to school X.
as far as check, you can look up to see if there's a similar record, but you wouldn't be able to view any sort of academic records or anything like that. But you could see if you were trying to put Caitlin Davis in this school with this SASID number, that it would say, oh, well, this kid is already enrolled in this other school. So there is, just as far as duplication of records, but no confidential information or no academic information is tied to it at that time.
So I can only review those youngsters who are in my school profile.
Yes.
Okay.
As far as academic information, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you,
And
Chairman.
a follow-up
Thank
to
you.
can the CTE director, which also has those students in his high school, access the SASID?
Yes, so the CTE director would be accessing information in CATE, which is a subsection of I4C. And so there's specific information on those kids that are CTE kids because of the data reporting requirements that come with that, so.
A lot to learn on this. Well, we're at 9:30. I know you have to hustle out of here, and we didn't want to go over that time.
And I appreciate that. I can be back to for further questions on this, so. Sure. I was working well past that last night, so if you guys want to stay, I can be here. But thank you.
Well, thank you. You're always welcome in this committee. We appreciate it. Okay, we're still in 1626. We haven't closed that hearing down. Are there any members of the public which would like to provide further information? I have the one card, and that was from Caitlin, and we will get a card too from Representative Bohm, who introduced it. Anybody else? Not seeing any, we're going to close this down. Thank you.
Rick, is it SASI or
ID.
ID? I thought
Yes,
it was,
yes.
but okay. Someone like coughed or sneezed coincidentally when she talked, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, I didn't pick it up either.
Okay, I think we're ready to go ahead because it is 9:30. We're opening up the hearing now on HB 1649. This bill is relative to the unique pupil identification for pupils in the Education Freedom Accounts program. It's a continuance of what we were discussing with Caitlin. Welcome, Representative Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Linda Tanner. I represent Sullivan 9, which includes the towns of Plainfield, Cornish, Grantham, Croydon, Springfield, Newport, Sunapee, and Unity. It's kind of, I feel like the cart came before the horse or whatever. We're kind of moving from Caitlin's maybe 6-inch view to my 3,000-foot view, okay? That's how I feel is what's going to happen with this. This summer, when I was debating bills to put in, I was looking through my statute book and came up with the unique pupil identifier section. And my intent with 1649 is to require this SACID or unique pupil identifier to be given to each child who is being educated in New Hampshire using public funding in order to provide aggregate data to review the programs and make informed decisions. That's my intent with this bill. And I worked with OLS, so we probably were fumbling through it at the same rate. Anyway, it's interesting to hear Caitlin's first and then mine. Some of you may not even realize what a unique pupil identifier is, but it was set up to really cover the privacy of individual students, and it's done very well, I think. It's part of a program not just in New Hampshire, but across the United States. And in New Hampshire, it's supposed to track pupils in the New Hampshire education system, from early childhood programs to district and then post-secondary institutions. So at least that's what's in the law, even though they may not do much with it at the post-secondary level right now. So the unique pupil identifier protects student privacy while offering unique student identifiers to gain aggregate data to improve the quality, accuracy, and reliability of student data. The information is kept in a data warehouse at the Department of Education, and the statute again is 195 or 193-E:5. So if you want to look that up. Since I've been on this committee, I've been concerned with the eligibility and accountability of our expanding and extended learning and voucher programs. Since the alternative and extended learning opportunities were largely organized, implemented, and assessed by a third-party agency, namely the scholarship organization among one of a couple, many students would not have a unique pupil identifier. Data collection would be difficult, if not impossible, in these cases. And because of the lack of that unified tracking system, we couldn't really assess pupil achievement, effectiveness, proper distribution of the public funds. And I feel this system of the unique pupil identifier will help us do that and help us with future decisions, reviews, and investigations of these programs that would be based on real data and that could be quantified and was subjective. So I was, trying to find out why there were two bills almost exactly the same going through. It seemed that it should have been sorted out before this, but here we are. And just to give you some slight differences, as Caitlin said, there are some slight differences between the two. I didn't include charter schools because I had no idea that they were not included in statute because they're always, yesterday, all day, we heard they were public schools, okay? And my bill speaks to the EFA accounts, whereas I believe the 1626 only talks about the scholarship organization. And since the scholarship organization has never put in an RFP, and there's also a Giving and Going Alliance that distributes some of these educational freedom accounts or tax credits accounts, I felt that it needed to be in the statute so that in the future, if another organization or even if the state decided to take over the job that now the scholarship organization has and take back the 10% that the scholarship organization makes off the top of those scholarships, that it would be good to have a wider statement in the law. The last thing I think that is different is if you look at the last page of my bill 1649, you'll notice that there's on page 3, line 23, I've also put in a new paragraph under the Education Freedom Accounts Scholarship Organization Authority and Responsibilities. So it's amending RSA 194-F:4, and it inserts the following paragraph, that the scholarship organization shall request and maintain unique pupil identifiers pursuant to 193E5, which shall be kept to aggregate data reported to the Department of Education to certify student eligibility, because I was concerned that we would have students take the EFA and then either use it out of state or move out of state, and there would be no way for the state of New Hampshire to track that. And I'm not sure how the scholarship organization has set up to track things. Residency, age, income, and determine the enrollment status with resident schools, to record annual records of attainment, to report qualifying expense records, and to determine compliance with the rules and requirements. And I've also made this effective 60 days after passage, whereas the other bill is effective on passage. There was one other thing I wanted to mention with that too, but I hope I'll think about it and maybe come up with it. So, but that's basically why they're different. I think they can easily be connected together because I think the intent, certainly from the Department of Education that wrote the first bill, is that they realized that they needed this to track the EFA people as well because of the adequacy payments. So I think the need is there. There's no question about that. Is probably a little bit in the wording and delivery of it. So I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much. Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Representative Tanner, for bringing this forward. There certainly seems to be a lot of similarity between 1626 and 1649, as you've clearly laid out here. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit more on what you see as the difference between the term that you're using in 1649 called, quote, scholarship organization for the distribution of EFAs, and the term used in 1626, which is scholarship organization.
Yeah, and I think I tried to mention this before, but just to put a pin in it, is that the scholarship organization that's currently in place has never had an RFP with the state and was set up to do the tax credit scholarships, which did not use supposedly public funding. But now it's using public funding through adequacy. And hopefully they'll have an RFP coming up, but there may be other scholarship organizations that will eventually or might take over this particular task. And certainly the Giving and Going Alliance, which is still active, which gives scholarships to Christian schools, is part of this mix as well. And so I think for the distribution of EFAs is an important preposition to the scholarship organization, so it isn't just the current scholarship organization.
So a
It widens
follow-up,
it.
Yes.
follow-up on that. So when you put down for the distribution of EFAs, would that specifically exclude then a scholarship organization that's managing the tax credit scholarships?
Not if they are distributing the EFAs, then they're the scholarship organization right now. So they would be the scholarship organization is listed here. Excuse me. If, for example, next year, Liberty Mutual decided that they were going to be the scholarship organization to distribute these EFA funds, then they would still fit this particular bill. I think in the other bill, it wouldn't be. It isn't as expansive.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Tanner, I have a question. Throughout our conversation, I'm meaning the committee and what you've got in law right here, especially on page 3 where you've added the new paragraph, you talk about aggregate data reported, aggregate. And if I'm a school principal, or data, I oftentimes would access this SACID information looking for individual student data in terms of attendance, previous behavior, suspension, expulsion, etc. I just want to make sure that we're not always talking aggregate data, which I know what that is, and you know what that is, and what it's used for delivery of an instruction, meeting all those indicators for meeting delivery of an adequate education. Yes, but is there not this other purpose that we have this set up to provide a person who is a high school principal like Mr. Woodcock over here, that information about a student might be enrolled or has been enrolled in his or her school?
Thank you for the question. I think this bill that I've introduced doesn't change what Representative Woodcock, if he was principal of an elementary school, I believe. High school? Was it high school? Okay. What he would want to get, it doesn't change that at all. The last paragraph speaks just to the EFAs and to the scholarship organization, and every time I've asked for any information from the scholarship organization, I've been well informed that they are not allowed to give out individual information, nor are they are very focused on confidentiality and not releasing anything but aggregate data. So that's why in that particular one, that particular paragraph, which doesn't apply to the SACID for our regular school districts, are from childhood education up to post-secondary, it only applies to 194-F:4, which is the Education Freedoms Accounts, Scholarship Organization, Authority and Responsibility.
Yeah. Thank you. Further questions? Yes, Representative Moffett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Okay, on the page that says page 2 at the top, if you go down to lines 15 and 16, just a question on that. It says the information maintained in the data warehouse shall be available to the Department of Education. That's in statute, but you add, I'm sorry, you add the Legislative Budget Office and the Attorney General's office. So my question is, why couldn't those two other offices just ask DOE for the information? In other words, the intent of the student identifier number is to try to protect the privacy of the students. So the more places we push this information out to, the greater the chance that there might be a leak or something. So why would the Attorney General's office, and why would we want to send this information there?
Thank you for the question. I think Caitlin Davis answered that in the fact that she recognized it was there and said that they actually would have access to it because they are an agency of the state and they are, a confidential agency. It would be only in instances where they would have to do a review. Now, the LBA is responsible for the oversight of the scholarship committee. And the Attorney General's office would be involved if there was any fraud in that particular program. That's why, as just like I said, from the 3,000-foot level, from a person who didn't have access to a lot of information, writing this bill, thought that it would be important to put that in.
Follow-up?
Yes.
So I guess my follow-up question is, for the protection of the data, again, as I said before, the more places it goes to, the greater the chance of leak. Why couldn't the Attorney General's office or the Legislative Budget Office just go to DOA if they needed to and ask them for the information rather than having it pushed to them?
Okay, well, I guess my other concern with that, and I totally see your question, and it may not even be necessary to put that in if that's your point on that. That was Caitlin's point, that these people already have access to that. My concern has been that we have not gotten a lot of data from the Department of Education, and when we have, some of it has not been totally accurate, like the fiscal note for the EFAs in the first place, which has gone from $120,000 to $6 to $8 million now. So, I want to make sure, personally, I wanted to make sure that these agencies, which are responsible for some oversight to this third-party agency that's now involved with our state education programs, have the ability to seek this data, and that it's in statute.
I might follow up a
Thank you.
little bit on that. The Attorney General's office and the Legislative Budget Office, especially the LBA, has authority to do a performance audit on any aspect of our educational systems in this state. There was a performance audit that was just requested. Representative Mullen, you were a participant on that, where we're looking for a performance audit in terms of special education. And when they are tasked to do that by this legislature, we have that authority to do, then they don't need to go to DOE begging, saying, hey, we're trying to have access to this particular system to do this performance audit. Whether they have it or not, they need it so that they can complete their tasks, and so we can get the information as quickly as possible.
I think the other thing to note, though, is that the scholarship organization, if they feel there's fraud, they're supposed to alert the Attorney General's office and the LBA, and then those two groups actually do the actual audits. And again, I felt it would be more secure to have it in statute, that they were able to get this information, so.
Thank you both.
Yeah, the LBA is a huge office. It's the few staff we have in this building is just the edge. There's a huge office there that does these performance audits, and we've been very fortunate to have some really good performance audits done for us in the past, which have netted us information to go further with legislation. So thank you. Are there other questions for Representative Tanner? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, we have cards here. Do we? Yes. Technical help from Matt Sutherland if we have questions or if you have something to offer us. Welcome.
Good morning again. Matt Southerton with Children's Scholarship Fund. I wish Caitlin was here. I'm not going to be able to do her justice. She would be able to explain this better than I. I believe we're talking about SACIDs and the I4C system. I do want to mention a couple points in the law that you're discussing today. Section N, it says that, I'm not sure if she went over this with you or not, but the commissioner does have the power to allow anyone to go into the SACID system. So I'm not sure if you really need to, give us explicit authority or not, since the commission already has that. But I really want to talk about the technical points of this last paragraph that you just discussed. There are certain abilities that the I4C system has and that it doesn't have. The I4C system does allow us to check student enrollment, and we also use the SACID system with the unique pupil identifier number to upload to the DOE database for the OIs and the boys. What it would not allow us to do is it would not allow us to put financial data in there as it appears that you would like us to do. It simply doesn't have that capability. It also would not allow us to put in data to, say, comply with program rules. Our contract does require us to report aggregated student assessment data once a year. So we do that, and I believe that is in the I4C system. The SASA does collect unique pupil ID numbers in the DOE database, but it doesn't have residency data attached to it, so we couldn't use it for that. I think that I went through all of the, and we do collect income data. I don't believe that is in the I4C system. Although we do use the I4C system, obviously, in conjunction with Department of Education for them to award the grants for free and reduced lunch. So, just wanted to make those points.
Are there any questions? So, in terms of the assessment data, the statewide performance tool, aggregate data versus individual data.
Exactly. Aggregated data, non-identifying.
So your organization's going to throw in that we are the enrollment in the school is at the 55th percentile, or you're not going to know exactly where individual students are. In fact, that the commissioner's looking to find out, looking at a specific attendance issue and discipline issue, also wanting to look at achievement and growth. That's not going to be available?
I can't answer that right now. I would have to go back and
Okay.
get more detail for you.
Further questions? Not seeing, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have no other pink cards up here, so we're going to close this hearing. Thank you. Yep, 5 minutes. Or a little bit more. 7. I'll turn my mic on, so knowing we're streaming. 1295 is a bill requiring reports concerning school policies on classroom recordings and in-classroom observers. And Representative Moffett is the prime sponsor of the bill. Representative Moffett is here. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you notice the chair just said we're going live, we're streaming, and I'm going to come back to that. For the record, I'm State Representative Mike Moffett, representing Merrimack District 9, which includes the lovely town of Canterbury, which features Shaker Village, and also the lovely town of Loudon, which features Howard Pearl's maple syrup. So this measure is a reprise. And by the way, I did email everyone this a draft of this testimony last night. So this measure is a reprise of last year's HB 321, which is now law. HB 321 simply asked, if you recall, that school districts share what, if anything, they were doing to identify and support gifted students. For a best practices folder at the Department of Education. And early indications are that the gifted measure that is passed and is now law is getting a very good response. The school districts all over the state are now having internal discussions on how to better support that previously underserved student population, and with no policy mandate or spending requirement. So some of us see that as a real success story, and we'd like this to emulate that. So HB 1295 similarly asks school districts to simply share their classroom observation policies as well as audio video streaming and recording policies with the DOE for another best practices folder or virtual folder. So attention to this area became important during the ongoing, I was going to say recent, but the ongoing COVID pandemic, when so many schools went to hybrid instruction and remote instruction. Some schools went totally remote. Nashua, for example, closed its doors for over a year. So remote learning raised new questions in numerous areas to include technology issues, cost issues, access issues, privacy issues, legal issues, and more. What about homes that do not have internet access or families that don't have computers? And then there's the issue of recording. If a student misses an online session, what are the ramifications of he or she viewing a recorded version later on? And are schools making provisions for recording and saving such sessions? And I would point out, as I touched on earlier when the chair mentioned streaming, our committee hearings are being recorded and saved on YouTube, presumably in perpetuity or forever, as I speak, as we're here. In fact, there's a camera right there looking at me, and I would say hello to the people watching live, however many there are, and also to the people from the future. Again, all of our sessions are recorded and they're on YouTube. I've gone back and looked at pieces of a few of them. 20 years from now, somebody may call this very session up and see how the bill was introduced and how we dealt with it. And these folks from the future will know if it passed. They'll know who the president nominated for Supreme Court or if Tom Brady ever retired. So people from the future will see what we're putting out there to include this very moment. But these hearings differ from classroom sessions, of course. Many high school and college students record or seek to record lectures for future study and review purposes. Teachers and professors typically include recording protocols in their syllabi, and I used to. Most syllabi have a section for recording policies that are at the discretion of the individual professor or teacher. But educators who don't mind their lectures being recorded sometimes have issues with ubiquitous cell phones. So taping policies sometimes conflict with recording policies. For example, cell phones. Here's mine. If a teacher or professor has a policy that cell phones can't be deployed, that might be in conflict with their recording policy, where they say, yes, you can record my lectures or whatever. So anyway, that type of thing in this brave new world needs some attention. So that's why a best practices folder in this area could be very useful in the same way that the best practices folder has turned out to be useful regarding gifted students, and that was HB 321, which is now law. And then there is the classroom observer issue, which is part of this measure. When I was a classroom teacher, I'd occasionally get requests from parents to sit in. Didn't happen often, but it occurred. But classrooms can only accommodate so many visitors, of course. Like, this room can only accommodate so many visitors. Although this room can accommodate a lot more visitors than a typical classroom. So, and there are administrative classroom visits for the purposes of teacher evaluations. Are they announced or unannounced? It varies from district to district. So, again, with classroom visits, presumably district schools have policies on if a parent or a board member or anybody wants to sit in a class. It's different now because there are more security measures in terms of classroom visitations. And this bill is not prescriptive. It doesn't have any policy part. It just is asking what's being done out there, again, for a best practices folder. When I taught high school many years ago, few had ever heard of the internet. I guess it existed, but we didn't know that it did, and it was very small. But nowadays, it's everywhere. So for remote classes nowadays, who can tune in? What's happening right now, I don't suspect there's a vast audience, but anybody who's on YouTube can hear my voice now. And they can, as I said earlier, they can go back and listen to it later. So what if a parent wants to watch a high school class, or in the last year and a half, almost 2 years, when many schools went to hybrid or remote, that raises some concerns about, who's watching these classes? Can parents watch? Can others watch? Are they interactive? Questions that really need some attention. What if the link to a class is shared widely? Are there, passwords to get in? Probably. Will it be on YouTube forever? What if there's an open mic situation, as has happened in the legislature several times? What if a student does something embarrassing, makes a mistake? Is that going to be out there forever on YouTube? Or if it's not on YouTube, and a lot of these high school or school remote sessions were not necessarily on YouTube, and maybe we're not even being recorded unless, what if surreptitiously a family, a parent, a student, somebody records a classroom session? How do you control that? Again, I don't know. Those are questions that need attention, many of us think. So I don't have answers, only questions. And this bill would help create that virtual folder, which would provide some answers, alternatives, options, and information. And I will say that Representative Hobson and I had a session with the commissioner, Caitlin Davis, was there, and a couple other officials from DOE, just to talk about several measures, including this one. And DOE, with regard to the gifted bill, which again is law, they have sent out a template and they have a process to accept and receive this information that is now being talked about all over the state for gifted students, taking care of them. Same thing here. If this were to move forward, or some version of this were to move forward, so that they could have another virtual folder or best practices folder, so that people can see and compare what's being done, what the issues are, what the concerns are. They see a need for it. I see a need for it. And yes, this could. The question comes up. Why do we need a statute? Can't DOE put out a memo or have rules and ask for this? And that could be done. But again, as with other measures, like the gifted measure, if something's in statute, if it has the imprimatur of legislative concern or interest, if it's a law, it matters. It matters a lot if something is a statute as opposed to a memo or a rule. So, that is about it. And again, I would again state and emphasize to finish this up that this requirement could in many cases simply be satisfied with the gifted bill, again, which is the model for this. You know, there were concerns it's an unfunded mandate, or we need to send the schools money so they can implement this or hire people, whatever. And again, this requirement, should it move forward, could probably in many cases be answered or responded to in a minute. An administrative assistant or a secretary could just send an email with a link or an attachment of policies to DOE so they can file it. And in many cases, as with the gifted bill, many schools had nothing going on for gifted students, and so their response was, we're not doing anything in this area. Same with this. We don't see it at all as an onerous administrative unfunded mandate. Just as, again, an email with an attachment. Or if this is an impetus for local discussion on this issue that maybe would be useful and should happen, that's up to the district if they want to dive down and dig into this. If no policies exist regarding recording or visitation issues, then this measure, again, as I said, could provide that impetus. So that's what 1295 is about, and I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Questions? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good to see you this morning, Representative Moffett. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what you, I guess, have been able to find or not able to find online with regards to either best practices or guidance from either the state or federal departments of education, numerous other organizations, Education Commission of the States, NCSL, with respect particularly to classroom recording and remote learning, given so much has been done in this area over the last couple of years.
Sure, that's a great question. And to answer it, I've done a cursory Google search on some of the, if you Google classroom recording policies, all kinds of things will come up. So I've done, like I said, a cursory, very, simple search to just get a sense of, what is out there. I'm always interested in what other states are doing. And again, there's not much in statute because this issue of hybrid or remote high school and public school classes is a new phenomenon, really, going back to, COVID is it's really less than 2 years old. So I've done a little bit, but I will and want to do more. And I think that if this moves forward, whether it moves forward or not, districts, I think, need to pay attention to this and come up with some policies. But no, I haven't done a thorough, comprehensive analysis of what's out there yet. But this, I think, would help that to occur if this virtual folder was established at DOE. Then they would have all kinds of stuff coming in that they could look at or not. And again, there's no requirement here for DOE to process the information, simply to warehouse it, if you will. And with gifted, they already have a template or a folder in place. Now, whether it's gifted or this bill, if DOE evaluated on their own time, if they wanted to, or someone else, if one of us or whoever wanted to go to DOE and see what's come in and see things that have never been thought about before, perhaps some possible proposed statute might come out of that. I have nothing in mind at this time, but to gather this information in one spot and then have somebody evaluate may lead to identifying something that needs attention in statute, maybe. Long answer, but hopefully that,
Further questions? Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman Lai. Representative Moffett, good morning. And I don't think Tom's going to retire this year. That being said, as far as your policy, have you had a chance to speak with the School Boards Association in terms of their policy templates that they work with all the school boards on as regards these issues?
I have not yet.
No, not
I
yet.
see, unfortunately, there's not too many folks here. But another great question. No, I have not got into anything with the School Board Association. That is something that would maybe happen if there was a specific policy measure that was proposed. And this is not a policy measure, it's not a spending measure, it's just a, gathering information measure. So, again, great question. I'm sure they would be very interested in this. But again, this is just a measure to gather information, not to push any specific statute.
Follow up.
Thank you. I asked that because it seems to me that there's two clearly different pieces of this policy. One would be the standard in-class, you call it observer, but it's classroom visitor policy, which I'm sure most schools already have, and the school association probably has templates for it. And then, of course, the streaming one. So there's like two distinct things. The traditional in-class, I'm sure all the schools have that, just for safety. So the second part of the question is, as I read the end of the statute request, it talks about you have your time frames of initial presentation or information reported back to the commissioner. And then it has followed up with any subsequent changes November 1. So if School Board X replies that here's our policies and link, they have on file, right? And they make no changes. So there's no more, they're done. Next November, the following November, it's just a one-time shot until such a point that they change their policy. Is that how you interpret that?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Ladd.
Representative Tanner?
Thank you, and I don't think Tom's going to retire right away. And I hope not, actually. I love watching him. What I'm wondering is, and you were on a school board for a while, and thank you for doing that. That's quite a job. Do you see that this particular request has a legal ramification to it that the gifted and talented didn't?
Okay. I always taught my students to repeat the question once they get a question. So the question was, do I see this as having legal ramifications that the gifted measure did not? Yeah, thank you for your question. Interesting question, and I think you may be onto something. I think that the gifted bill simply asked for what are you doing and let us know what you're doing. I think this is different. I think you're onto something. I think that given the World Wide Web and the internet, there are certainly potential privacy issues that would have legal ramifications that would be part of this. So coming out of this, yes, I think that this measure would definitely potentially involve some legal issues that just weren't part of the gifted bill.
Yes.
Excuse me. So I think in the past, it seems to me that we had people here and there was some, and I'm not sure where it is in the statutes, maybe Attorney Fenton can kind of gear me to that area, about surveillance in schools and about the ability of people to come in and hack. I'm also concerned that a teacher may want to copyright their lecture, or that some parent who has heard on some talk radio that their local school has CRT and now wants to view all the videotapes from the history class to make sure, that they haven't brought up some nasty subjects or something that they don't want. And I feel like these are legal issues, and I feel like they're local control issues, and I feel like, yes, it's probably good to put it out there to school boards and to parents and to teachers' organizations that, the commissioner is thinking of this, but I also think it's opening Pandora's box to have something like a repository first and the legal things second. I think we're kind of putting the cart before the horse again with this bill, and I was wondering if you could see some of these issues might be really pretty profound, given that there'd be a repository at the commissioner's office in the Department of Ed.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I actually kind of feel kind of the opposite position. I think that you make some points, like, for example, I hadn't thought necessarily about surveillance, but surveillance videos or cameras are they're ubiquitous, they're everywhere today. I hadn't even thought of that. But the notion of a repository or a folder that just has existing policies that are already public, just putting them in one bigger folder for the convenience of someone who wants to look into them, I think obviously I think that's a good thing. You mentioned copywriting lectures. Again, I know some classes are different. I know A&P. I know people who just taped every anatomy and physiology lecture and then played them over and over and studied all the bones and stuff. That type of thing. The notion of some lectures being copyrighted, that very interesting. And again, this measure has zero there's no statutory policy proposal whatsoever. There's no spending proposal. Again, it's just a request to gather information that might be useful to have in one place, in my view.
Thank you very much. I have just to pursue one of the areas that was asked of you. Several years ago, the representative sits to my right, put in a bill very similar to this, dealing with videos and audio being taken place in a classroom. It passed legislation and went into law, and within a year, there was so much controversy, the whole thing had to be rebaked. So I asked a question. If you haven't talked with the School Boards Association, they conducted a number of training sessions following this fiasco, and policies were developed so that the school districts and schools internally within can deal with the issues of confidentiality, deal with the issues of special education, deal with all those issues dealing with family life and all the areas and the ramifications of that can end up in the courtroom, which are very, very real. So you're asking that this develop policies and they be submitted. Would you not think it's a good idea that we first go and check and find out what as a result of that, affair we went through, find out what policies are in place, and then move forward?
Yeah, thank you for the question and comment. I think that's exactly what this bill, the intent of this bill is to, see what's out there, what's done, what's been done, what the issues are. I know initially with the gifted bill, there was a tendency for some to get down in the weeds and say, what about this, or we define this, or about this. And that bill, finally, which is now law, I kept saying the intent of that bill or this bill is not to get down in the weeds, like I'm hearing a little bit here about what about previous statutes and previous experiences. This bill proposes nothing in the way of policy, nothing in the way of spending. We don't want to get down in the weeds. The intent of this is just simply to facilitate sharing of issues, best practices, policies, approaches, concerns in a central location for anyone to look at. So I think the intent of this kind of answers your question about looking at some.
My follow-up question to you is that what you're asking for was the result of that process that we went through, and to gather policies, come up with policy, which would respect. We had, for example, instructors coming out of the post-secondary institution wanting to take pictures of kids, the student teachers in the classroom. But then there was the issue that we had one student in the classroom that had an IEP, and that was confidential information, and how that was being done. So then that kind of puts a wrinkle on that. All these issues were taken into account, and policies were the result. So I would encourage you to talk with the School Boards Association and find out, obtain those policies and the process that went through. I sat in many, many of those meetings over there where all districts were participating and communicating and trying to come up with what you're trying to do here is come up with what's the best practice for policies. I think that's already out there, but, you know, it's up to you to pursue, but I would encourage you, please, to contact them.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that question and comment. And again, as I said earlier, you know, whatever happened years ago preceded the COVID pandemic. So this is prompted largely by the COVID pandemic, which is new. And again, I emphasize that the intent of this is not to get into any specific issue at all. The intent of this, as I said a couple times, is just to gather what's out there. And no district needs to, you know, share anything if they don't want to. It's a request for DOE to establish a folder and request policies that districts are willing to share. We don't want to get into anything at this point. Just want information. We don't want to touch on any specific thing other than to ask schools to share what they have.
Representative Ellison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Specifically on the classroom observer policies, you've talked about kind of what would be included in that. I guess I understand the sort of the way a policy that a school district has might relate to the general public or to parents. You also seem to include classroom observer policies that relate to teacher evaluation. I mean, every single school district, and a lot of this is written into contract, there will be X number of visits by the administration, and the first year teachers will get this, and the third year teachers will get that. You really want all that information from every single school district put into this file?
Sure. I think in my comments that I put out to everybody, I might have mentioned in terms of observers, every school is different. Some have more in the way of definition policies than others. And Representative Woodcock, I keep hearing he was a principal. And I've been out there too. So in terms of classroom observation, that's not part of the bill. It's very brief. But my comments to you all, or my testimony with regard to classroom observers, I just pointed out that principals, I believe, you know, are expected to observe teachers. So are they announced visits or unannounced? That's what somebody had mentioned to me when we were working on the language. The reason that we tie in the observer piece of this in the actual 1295 is that in terms of observing classes, we're in a new world. I don't know if it's a brave new world, but if classes through the pandemic have been observed by parents remotely, then the question comes up, you know, once we hopefully get back to a classroom, you know, brick and mortar building classroom type deal, and it's no longer remote. Some parents may have enjoyed or been pulled in or care about the instruction, and some of them I know miss the chance to see what the classes were doing. And so some of them, if they want to visit in person, as a practical matter, you know, you can only have so many. And again, we're not suggesting any policy, but if like what's happening here, perhaps if schools can afford to, or if there's certain classes that are more amenable to recording, you know, should this happen in classes? I don't know. That's the type of information that I think DOE and others are interested in, what's out there, what's being done. Does that kind of address your question, hopefully?
Follow up, Mr. Thank you. Just so I'm clear, it would be your expectation, or you would hope, that every school district would provide its policies for classroom observation by administrators for determining tenure for teachers, whether they're going to be rehired, because that seems to me comes under classroom observer policies.
Sure. Yeah, I thank you for the question. Again, I left my bill over there. I have my notes here, but the bill doesn't, yeah, in terms of teacher evaluation, that type of observation, the bill doesn't get into that at all. It's a very broad bill, just asking what policies are out there for observation. In my comments to you, I just threw out that some parents want to sit in. Administrators, I think, are supposed to at some point do an announced or an unannounced visit. That's not part of the bill. That's just stuff that's out there that is part of the classroom observer issue, but that's not part of the bill. The bill just, again, just asks what's being done and let us know what you're doing, and if you would, so that we can have that best practices folder to look at.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. President Moffett, I just have a couple follow-ups. A moment ago, I'm sure the YouTube tape that's been recorded will document this. You said that all they're trying to do is would just ask the superintendents what they had and they could send it in. Your bill on line 4 says they shall. It's not a question of just ask superintendent what are you
Correct.
doing. It says they shall do it, the superintendent, which is distinctly different than just asking if it's okay to do it, which is sort of the impression you gave, at least from my assumption as I listened to your dialogue. So that concerns me. The second one is, and I'm sure almost every school I've ever been involved with has a boilerplate, if not a handcrafted policy that deals with visitors in the building, visitors in the classroom, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm concerned, and I wouldn't use the word devious because I don't think that's the type of person you are. But I'm concerned, at least not generally, but I'm concerned that this is a backdoor reference to a lot of the dialogue that we heard as a committee last week, earlier in this week, as regards school boards and limitations and parents and visitations and access. And I hope that that's not what this is. But that raises my concern just because of the timing.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Representative Woodcock, for your two questions. The first one had to do with shall. Yes, again, to my earlier points about this being statute and from the legislature to show that this is something that needs attention. And so, yes, that's why we want something in statute. And in terms of visitor policies, again, there is no proposal here. And you make the great point that these visitor policies, presumably, I'm sure, exist in most schools. And if there are some schools that don't have a visitor policy, or they don't have a good one, or they need to update one, if this measure provides some impetus for a few schools to look at something that needs attention, then that, I think, is a good thing. In terms of a nefarious intent, again, you have all the language there. It's like the gifted bill. It's very short. I consider it sweet. Just a way to engage school districts on what many of us think is an area that just needs some attention and discussion. And again, no specific agenda or policy piece other than to just get this on people's school districts' radar screens, like we thought the gifted issue should be on more radar screens, and now it is. And I think many, many good things are coming from that. And again, I know I keep comparing the two, but one template, the initial template, I think is the same template for this. I think the gifted measure put that on radar screens, and a lot of good is coming from that. And we see a need for this to get some attention, and by having a modest statute, just creating a folder, I think would do that.
Quickly.
Just a comment, thank you. I would say schools, particularly after the multiple shootings across the country in the last decade, have done a vigorous job and an in-depth job of preparing visitor policies, in-classroom policies, to respond to that.
Sure.
So I'm sure that there are plenty available. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Representative Tanner, did you have your hand up? No, thank you. Okay. Are there, Representative Nelson, another principal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a former principal and a special ed teacher and a regular ed teacher, This, I don't know all the background on this, I apologize for that, but I think from a teacher point of view, the issues that I ran as a special ed teacher in the classroom that needed to be addressed, that you would never do if there was a camera going. Some student just says one little thing and you know you need to have to talk to them later or confidentially. That concerns me. And as a health, in other words, where they record a health ed question, that's another one. Teacher was talking about sex ed. Would you want a camera in that? When a student may ask a question that would be embarrassing, would students be quiet? And so I can't ask anything or kids are going to make fun of me.
You got a question?
Good point. Thank you.
Would I believe that?
Would
There you
believe-
go.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, excellent points. And I go back to what's happening here with Representative Nelson's questions and with Representative Woodcock's questions, Representative Ellison's questions, and Representative Tierna's questions, and Representative Ladd's questions. And that's the intent of this, is to promulgate or provide some impetus to address some of these things. I don't have I have no positions on any of those issues other than, I think it would be useful to bring those forward. And if there are existing special ed policies in terms of what you described, some schools may have them, some may not, some have different ones. Again, I see, some of us see of great value to DOE having a place that someone can go to who wants to see what's out there, what's being done, what works, what doesn't. And I think only good things can happen when we share best practices or bad practices that didn't work. And just, again, in terms of getting in the weeds and your specifics, that's not where I'm at. I just looking for a folder.
Thank you very much. Well, okay, if it's, go ahead. with
Thank
the
you.
question.
Who's your intended audience for going to look for this information? Other superintendents?
Question was, who is the intended audience
Yeah,
for going,
Yeah.
looking at this information? There is no intended audience per se. I think, who would this potentially be?
Who's looking?
Who would this potentially be of interest to? I think it would be of interest to school boards. I think it would be of interest to administrators. I think it would be of interest to parents potentially. It would be of interest to legislators, maybe, if they get constituent queries or requests for legislation in some areas related to observation or audiovisual recording, to know that there's a place that they could go to that DOE has that they could refer to. Does that kind of answer your question, hopefully?
Yeah, if a constituent asked me, I would go to my superintendent and ask
Thank
him
you
what
very
he's
much,
doing. Thank you.
Representative. Thank you very much, Representative Moffett. I don't see any more hands, so thank you very much. And I
Thank you all.
don't have any other pink cards on this particular topic, so we're going to close this hearing. Thank you.
I did look it up, so it's 3 support and 40 oppose. Just so Marjorie's not here.
Okay, so where we are on our docket for today, we've gone through the 3 bills that were on the top of it. The 2 bills which were there are now been postponed to a time to be announced. And so we're going to take a break until 1 o'clock, where we have to pick this up again. There will be various, the committee will not have any work sessions because none of that's been posted, identified. Several of us are going to join, though, and try to do some administrative work. So with that, take a break. Be a long lunch. Okay, it is 1 o'clock, and we're going to go ahead with the next round of bills which we have to hear this afternoon. The first bill on the docket for 1 o'clock here is HB 1373. That's relative to the best interest of the student for a change of school or assignment. And the prime sponsor is not here today, so we're having Representative Bohm introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Ralph Bohm, Hillsborough District 20, Town of Litchfield. And this bill is, like I said, relative best interest of the student for a change of school assignment. It's fairly simple. Line 4, it says that student school or assignment, the superintendent shall consider parental concerns and the student's academic, physical. So parental concerns was added. And then line 13, it says, or the students transfer to a public school or public academy in the state of New Hampshire. So those are the changes to current law, which is 193:3, 1E and F. So that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Are there any other people that have pink cards for this? Are there any questions for Representative Bohm? I'm sure, he's not the author of the. Yes, Representative Ford.
Amendment, turn it off.
My concern is about the people we've heard referenced in this room who are outside the state or affiliated with schools outside the state. I'm just asking naively, does this affect them or how are they adjusted for in this kind of a bill? When you specify in New Hampshire.
The New Hampshire students in New Hampshire public schools.
But I mean, if one of those New Hampshire schools is going across to Maine or someplace like that, is there any adjustment for that?
I don't believe if they're in a school in another state, then they're not I don't know how that works. It might be in the area of agreement that they have, but
Good, just my ignorance, I'm
I
sorry.
don't, mine too.
I just can give you would you believe that we do have schools that are approved schools in this state that are approved schools that are not located in this state. I'm referencing the schools in Fairleigh, Vermont, which are part of the school district, which is an interstate school district. So it's possible that a superintendent could place the kids in an elementary school in Fairleigh, Vermont. I don't know why not. I don't know if this legislation allows that. And I'm looking to see if it says public school, transfer to another public school within the district residence. So it means somebody in the abutting school district, and would you believe that would be the person in the abutting district, like the one I'm living in right now, which it has been done in the past? Could that occur now? I don't know.
Yeah, but the item number 4 says the student transfer from public school or public academy in the state of New Hampshire. So I would think in that case, what you mentioned, it probably could put it to another public school in New Hampshire rather than in.
I understand. Okay, yeah.
I don't know.
We don't get a debate going on here right now. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm looking at item 4, as Representative Bowen just identified, and it seems to me the preceding line, item 3 on lines 11 and 12, says exactly the same thing, except for it limits to New Hampshire, and that would then exempt the schools that you're talking about on the Board of States.
Yes, if it
So
said
why
school
would-
district.
Yes, so my question is, why would you want to, for contiguous towns like up north or Havel or down south by where all the schools are in the Rockingham County or up north? I know it's not your bill.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, line 3 is different than line 4. Line 3 is an approved school in another district. I don't see that much difference between line 3 and 4 myself.
Line, if I may, Representative,
Yeah.
Line 4 just specifies that it has to be in the state. Without line 4, then Representative Ladd, concern for contiguous towns over the border would be okay.
So,
This eliminates the opportunity to move, approved school.
well, except it says or. So I don't even know why this line is in here, because the previous line does cover another district in the state of New Hampshire. So, and since it says or, not and, you know, the line 3 still exists, and line 3 covers everything that would be covered in line 4.
For purposes of the committee right now, I have no other pink cards in this. And so we're really talking amongst ourselves, and that's okay. We'll allow that to happen, seeing that prime sponsor's not here. Maybe we can save a little time if we sort of talk this thing out a little bit, and maybe can, you know, each of us come to some, you know, idea where we are on it. So let's just open it up for just general discussion. I don't see anybody back there that's got a pink card, so Representative Mullen.
So it looks to me like if we add 4, we're actually adding a restriction rather than opening it up. It was open in number 3, right? Transfer to public school, public academy, or private school in another district,
Yes.
period.
And
So
that-
that could be New Hampshire, that could be Vermont, that could be Maine.
Can I,
So why do we need, I guess my question is, why do we need to specify New Hampshire in number 4?
Representative
but
Ladd,
it still doesn't resolve the interstate district or interstate governmental agreement which we have, which is a district which is on both sides, and the high schools on one side, the grade schools are on the other side of the river. So if you're wanting to place this student, if in SAU 23, which is just within 5 miles of this, if an agreement's made, could that superintendent of SAU 23 say, I'm going to place this child in the Fairleigh School, which is part of the Rivendell School District, which is an approved district in the state of New Hampshire, but the school is not located in New Hampshire?
I'm looking at it, and it does fall through the cracks. And if instead in in line 2, instead of saying within the district of residence, if you said within the current district, that would include those other schools within the district, but which aren't in either the state or the town of residence, right? Because they don't reside in Vermont, but they go to school in Vermont now, and it would give them the chance to go to another school in Vermont. And so right now, because we either have current assigned school or district of residence or another district, but what if it's the same district, but I don't know how they define district of residence.
I'm not interested in having a kid go to another school in Vermont. That I don't want. But if it's a school district which is approved by our Department of Education, which has a school in that other state, then that particular school should be a place where you could put a child.
Well, that's what I meant. If there's 2 schools in Vermont in the same district and all they want to do is move them from one school to another in the same district.
There's only one elementary.
Oh, there is, but there might be in Maine. I don't know.
Yeah.
In one of these border
And we have
towns,
these.
if you had 2 towns, 2 schools across the border in the same district, somehow you want to make sure they can just move them from one district, one school building to the other.
I don't think this is a big enough issue to really, spend a lot of time on, but it's a little confusing.
I do have to, I just laughing over here, Representative Ladd, I noticed that you and Representative Nelson are co-sponsors.
Yeah, see, I thought the bill had the top part in it, and consider parental concerns. I know, I've signed a lot of things, I don't know what I've signed on. You've never done that, of course.
Or you could be like me and sign on to things that you don't even like because they tell you, well, you can amend it.
Representative Moffett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Charter schools is not mentioned anywhere here, and I'll bring it up before somebody else does. Should public charter schools be included in any of those lines?
Pardon me? Well, I've always been under the impression that a charter school is a public school.
So public school is here, so does, and I know you signed on to this, but I'm not, maybe Representative
Ralph
Nelson
read it
knows.
too, and he doesn't know it.
But, but seriously, public charter schools, oftentimes in these measures, they have both, a public school or a public charter school, and this has public school, but not public charter school. So, I mean, that's something that,
Mayor, I think in a chartered school, it's a lottery to get into, and I don't think a school district can just put a kid in a chartered school. Because it's a lot. Right, because it's a lottery. But, and somebody that's in a chartered school, they can just leave, you know.
We've dealt with this manifest education bill so many times over. Representative Cornell?
It also says the superintendent will do it, and there's no superintendent of a charter school, it's the board of trustees, so the superintendent wouldn't have anything to do with the charter school. Right? Thank you.
Yeah, and this may be that internal move too. I'd have to look at the whole bill here. It could be the superintendent in the district can transfer from a school in Manchester to another school in Manchester. Yeah. They do it all the time, especially when you're transferring an athlete that's needed on the other high school's team. Hey, you can't tell me that stuff doesn't happen.
Not in Manchester, no.
Okay, okay, so I'm sure it happens up in Conway. Representative Woodcock, do you have a question?
I do. Twice today, I'm gonna agree with Representative Bohm. I think that the charter school has a separate enrollment procedure, and you just, as he said, you just can't place them in there as well. Thank you.
Okay, is there any need we go any further? The prep sponsor's not here. We're having fun, and it's nice to have that. So, yeah, Representative Nelson.
My question is, my grandson was having, not difficulties, but not happy at a school in Bow. He then he's in a charter school down in Salem. Now, how does that all get paid for, and what happens with that? Okay, just from the state. So the homeschool could be happy for the person to go somewhere else.
So I think we will address this later on when we take an exec. If you really have some heartburn on this thing, do some research.
I'd like to yell it too.
Okay, so there's no pink cards from anybody here in the public. A lot of vacancy out there. Okay, so with that, we're Representative Moffett.
just one last question. If I may, since we're not in that mode, I'll point out that there are 14 people watching on YouTube this session. Just so.
I hope they're having as much fun as I am. Okay, thank you very much. We're closing this hearing. Thank you very much. We are ready to go ahead with the 1:30 hearing today. Our 1:30 hearing is on HB 1672, relative to misuse of education freedom account funds. And I welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Dave Luno here to introduce House Bill 1672. I represent the people in Merrimack County District 10, which are the folks who live in Hopkinton and the western part of Concord. House Bill 1672 is very similar to a bill that we heard, I believe it was last week, House Bill 1355, relative to preventing fraud from occurring within the Education Freedom Account program. However, the difference between 1672 and 1355 is that 1672 is more comprehensive than that other bill. In addition to the fraud prevention provisions in 1355, 1672 does two additional things that I think are very important. It improves the integrity of the Education Freedom Account program, and it has a layer of accountability in the language that would be used to make sure that incidents of fraud are not only detected but are prevented from being able to persist within the program. So what I'd like to do is just spend a couple minutes going through the bill very quickly, and then I'd be happy to take questions on it. The first three sections of the bill on page 1, I would really lump into the program integrity category. First of all, it does address student eligibility, and if for an education freedom account to remain in force, the student would have to continue to be eligible for the program. So ineligible students would mean that the education freedom account terminates, and enrolling as a full-time student in the resident district public school would actually cause the student to be ineligible and would terminate the education freedom account, as opposed to putting on hold the EFA. The existing language in the bill, which is crossed out, and so I'm now looking at lines sort of 8 through 12, would prevent the state from continuing to make deposits into the EFA, but the student's family would continue to be able to make withdrawals from the EFA for approved educational expenses, even if they were attending their public school. So we feel that's a conflict with the program, and it's a good change in the name of program integrity. And let's see, the accountability section really begins on section 4, line 21, and what this does is it sort of doesn't do this in order, but the first thing it does down on line 29 is require the scholarship organization shall refer suspected cases of substantial misuse of EFA funds to the Attorney General for investigation. So very much similar to House Bill 1355, replaces the word may with shall, relies on the Attorney General's office to do any investigation, but it does actually retain the word substantial misuse, which I think was one of the concerns that Representative Cordelli brought up, and so we keep that. We do remove the intentional part, because really that's part of an investigation that would be conducted by the Attorney General's office. And then on page 2 of the bill, really it's part of the accountability process. Part of the accountability of the bill is actually the process that's used. So, an EFA student being able to appeal a decision to deny eligibility to the state board, a process that would really look to information that is substantially misrepresented or failed to refund any overpayments in a timely manner, getting rid of the words intentionally there, and then about halfway down page 2. The department shall adopt rules and do rulemaking for the administration of this chapter, and really take that out of the responsibilities of the scholarship organization. It's really the Department of Education that should determine the rules behind the EFA program. So that's what the bill does. Again, it's about accountability and program integrity. More comprehensive than the one we looked at last week. I don't think you need both bills, but both do improve the program with respect to the determination of fraudulent use of taxpayer money, which obviously we're all looking after to make sure that taxpayer money isn't used fraudulently. So thank you very much.
Thank you
Happy
very
to
much,
take questions.
Representative Luno. Are there questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. In 2 places, I think you changed from, and you may have talked about this and I missed it, you changed from Department to State Board of Education.
Yeah, that's really a technical correction. It's the same thing, but the State Board of Education is the governing body of the department.
Would you please explain to me your purpose for where you've struck out the word intentional several times throughout the bill here?
Right.
Could you explain the rationale between just, keeping that with and substantially, or why you've done this?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The word intentional is really a determination of law as opposed to substance, and I think the scholarship organization's in a position where it can determine whether or not something that might be considered fraud. So they don't know for sure, but possibly it's considered fraud, and it does have substance to it. So the substantial part of it. But determining intent is something that I think is pretty complex. It's and I think we heard some testimony during 1355. The differences between intent and substantive, and that some substantive is something that could be quantified. Intent is really a sort of a finding of law, I guess, and the Department of Justice would be in a much better position to be able to make that determination than the scholarship organization.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, do we have any other pink cards?
I don't see any, not for this one, not for 1672.
Okay, so are there any folks out there in the audience that would put in a pink card or forgot, neglected it? Great, okay, with that, we're going to close this hearing. Well, you look at the title of it and you thought, wow, maybe we would get a lot of, communication. For your information, Jennifer Four has some materials that she's made copies for you, and I think they're 3-hole punched. They're reference the bill that was presented to us earlier today from Representative Moffett. It's the boilerplate information from the New Hampshire School Boards Association on streaming, on observing, etc. in the classroom. Also, was brought up today by Office of Legislative Services. The new statutes are out. So we only have one copy for the committee right now, though, and it's right here. So I'm going to keep it in the office. I'm sure everything in here goes on the web as well. We've been using it. But
I have those copies upstairs.
oh, you have the rest of them upstairs.
How long is your break right now?
Yeah, but
Oh, great. Then yeah, I'll get those for you guys right now.
oh, you don't have to lug them down. That's heavy.
We have a cart.
Oh, you have a cart. I hope they do too, have a cart.
that session day was gonna be on the 15th. Did that change?
Well,
or-
that's the date that they proposed to. However, I don't have confirmation on that yet. It's going to be I can't honestly say because they're trying to meld the governor's
Oh, okay.
report and that on the same day. And so, I'll give them a call over there right now and find out if they know for sure. I'm
Yeah.
also trying to get something on that week we would like to take off
Yeah.
and find out. So a number of people
Well,
want
I'm
to
taking
make,
it off Saturday.
well, I know, and some people are trying to make doctor's appointments
Yeah,
and, you know,
yeah.
so
Yeah,
it'd be nice if we really knew all this
yeah,
stuff.
it would be nice.
Yeah, okay, let me call and find out.
Oh, I don't think the thing went around today to sign in.
haven't seen it.
Clipboard. I'll go look in the office.
Yeah. I haven't done,
I'm working on that amendment to the.
yeah, that's what I
repeal
was
of the
starting to
repeal.
do too, yeah.
The repeal of the.
Or the repeal, no, I'm not
But-
working on
no,
you.
No, no, I'm
That's your
working on
job.
it. I'm working on that. So, so I'm gonna go with 5 plus 1
Yeah,
on the membership. There are a total 6 members on the current bill.
okay, yeah.
So we'll just stay with 6.
Yeah, make it 5 and 1, yeah.
So 5 appointed by the speaker, 1 appointed by the president of the Senate.
That's fine, yeah. I think it works,
Yep, all right, great.
yeah.
And can I put your name on it too?
Sure, yes,
All
yeah,
right.
absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And the chairmanship does not rotate? You can make chairmanship too. Yeah, you'd have to look in current law.
No, I'm just, it should be right in the bill.
What's the RSA on that? 190,
193 C colon 8.
yeah, there we are, okay, yeah.
You know, the.
Just leave them in there, yeah, please.
I'll just say the initial meeting is taught by the first named House member, and,
Yeah.
and the members will elect a chair.
Yeah, that's right.
Why don't we just leave it at that?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it wouldn't be in this book because we repealed it.
In the office if you want.
Oh, thank you.
Nice and cold.
I should add mileage too, if that's not. It's not.
Wouldn't they get mileage automatically if they're in the legislature?
No, it's gotta be in the legislation, because, it is in other, study committees.
Do you have verbiage for it?
OLS can just put in standard.
Well, I
verbiage.
got it right here in front of me.
Yep, go ahead.
Legislative members
Yeah,
of the committee shall receive mileage at the legislative rate when attending to duties of the committee.
great. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
Yep, so 5 plus 1, 5 House, 1 Senate. The first meeting will be called, the first meeting will be at the call of the first named House member.
Should we have, maybe, a member from, House Finance?
I think.
But see, this is a policy.
Leave that up to the speaker.
Yeah, and this is also policy. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we need to be.
I don't think we have to go there.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so, yeah. Yeah, leave it up to the speaker.
Leave it up to the speaker.
Now, does this replace the blue one?
Well, yeah, it should have everything we did.
What's the date on this?
Oh, there it is, okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a newer version. Super cool.
once when I. Oh, that-
Hello, House Education Committee. Good to see you again, and thank you for the opportunity to introduce this bill. My name is Representative Tony LaBranch, and I represent the town of Amherst. I come before you today to introduce House Bill 1381, which would change the current RSA relating to student school board members. Currently, the RSA simply is permissive language allowing for boards to have one or more high school student representatives, if the board opts in. What this bill does is make this common practice across the state increase representation to one student representative per high school. Every high school has different challenges, different needs. A perfect example of this is my town in Amherst, what Sauhegan deals with as compared to Nashville School District, or even Nashville North. Every school is different. Every school has different needs, different culture, and I think it's important that these schools are represented. Currently, they can alternate or have more than one representative, but I know Nashville specifically opted to have these representatives alternate every single year, but that still means every year one school goes underrepresented. Having a representative from each school would allow for a more complete picture of what the district is dealing with, which is, what the board deals with. And in talking to the New Hampshire School Board Association, I learned that most districts have opted into the current language of the bill, and it would not change anything and just simply make this a standardized statewide norm. And with that, I ask that the committee pass this bill with an ought to pass motion. I like to keep my testimony brief, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I might defer to the New Hampshire School Board Association behind me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. And this is sort of deja vu because I was the one that put the original bill in, not the original bill, to make it 2 or more. The thing is, this is nice, and we discussed it about Manchester having 3 schools, what do they do, and that what came up when people are let's rotate or whatnot because they don't want to make the boards too high. My problem with this is shall versus may. Why do you have a reason for saying they must do it?
Thank you for the question. The reason why I changed the may to a shall was so that every school board that has a high school within it would have a student representative. I believe that having a student representative from each of these high schools is important when the board is making decisions to see what is actually happening at the school, because there's a lot of things taxpayers and voters and even school board members don't even know what's going on at the schools. I was at the high school. I was a high schooler when the vaping epidemic began, and the administration was blindsided by that. Leaky ceilings, no heating in some of the classrooms. These are some of the things that I dealt with at Sauhegan High School. Luckily, we did have a student representative, and they have started working on those issues. But I believe that it should be a statewide norm that there is a student representative on these boards, so that we know what's happening in our schools.
Yeah, when I did it, we had 2. Yes, we had 2 on ours, and Laura only said 1. That's why I did the 2, but we still kept it in May. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. It said from each high school, and as I said, Manchester does have 4 high schools, and right now I think they rotate. They each have a representative, but they rotate them and they don't go. And the school board and the students are happy with that setup? Would they be able to continue doing that, or would all 4 of them have to go every meeting?
Thank you for the question. I knew Manchester was one of the concerns I had with this bill, but in talking with the New Hampshire School Board Association and talking with representatives from Manchester, to my knowledge, currently Manchester is planning on consolidating their schools. So there will be fewer high schools in Manchester, which will mean less representatives. And secondary to that, I don't believe that it was necessarily a bad thing to have a representative from each high school at every meeting. Obviously, some people can't attend those meetings, just like representatives sometimes can't attend house sessions. I believe it's the same issue here, and representatives from each school would be welcome at all the board meetings.
Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I think the bill's terrific. Every school should have one of those. And we're fortunate, in SAU 9 in Conway, we have a very active young lady who did a great job. Have you thought, or have any dialogue been, I see other fellow representatives from this committee on the board, have you folks talked at all about allowing the student school board representative to have a vote?
I have had people, thank you for the question, I have had individuals and other representatives come up to me and talk about having a voting member. The reason I did not include it in this bill is there's a lot of uncertainty on whether legally, if the individual is below the age of 18, if they can vote on school board matters, as they are not registered voters. That was one concern brought up to me. Another concern is, from the taxpayers, having an unelected person be on the board and making these decisions, which I understand that, necessarily don't agree with that, but that's the reason I didn't want to include it in this bill. Perhaps it could be another piece of legislation at a further date, but I just wanted to at least make it so that there is a student representative from each high school on the boards.
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome Representative LaBranch to House Education.
Thank you.
Do you happen to know how many schools that have public high schools do not currently have a student on the board?
Thank you for the question. I would defer that to the New Hampshire School Board Association, which is behind me, but to my knowledge, I know of no school districts, at least in my area, that do not have a school board, a student member on the school board.
Are there further questions from the committee? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is that one off? No, it's Tony. Looks like Becky Wilson, you're up. New Hampshire School Boards Association. Welcome.
Thank you, Representative Ladd and members of the House Education Committee. For the record, I'm Becky Wilson, Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We want to thank Representative LaBranch for bringing this forward, this bill, and the co-sponsors of this bill as well, for really highlighting the very important topic of student voice and perspective on our local school boards. We share the sponsors' feelings that this is a very integral part of gaining the perspective of student body from a number of different buildings across different districts at the table. To answer some of the questions that had come up previously, we had discussed that in terms of the School Boards Association supporting this bill, we would approve this idea as long as it was not a voting member of the school board. That's to allow boards to handle how they want to have a student representative on the board, and the ways in which those people are either elected by the student body or they're on a rotating basis, getting people from different grade levels. It's not always the seniors necessarily that are sitting on your school boards. Sometimes it's freshmen. So to make sure that there was some latitude for school boards to think about how they wanted to include these student reps in the conversations that happen at the board level. The other reason that we would support them not being a voting member are for things like non-public sessions, other kinds of meetings that the school board may need to hold where that student would probably not be part of those meetings, and it would be difficult to exclude somebody that was a voting member of the board. In terms of any other pieces, our delegate assembly each year, our membership votes on resolutions that guide our advocacy throughout the year. This year we had a number of school boards that brought forward resolutions asking for scholarships to recognize their student school board representatives. So we have put that in place at the School Boards Association this year. We have 5 scholarships for students who have served on the board at some level over the course of their years. It is only open, obviously, to seniors to apply, but they could have served any number of times during the 4 years of high school. So we support this bill, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of the school board? Yes, Representative Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Wilson, for taking my question. I'm going to ask you the same question that I just asked Representative LaBranch. Do you have any sense of how many communities that have public high schools do not have student representation on the board?
To my knowledge, thank you for the question. To my knowledge, there are not any boards that do not have some sort of student voice at some level. but there may be boards that do not have a person from every single high school in their district that is somehow connected to the board. So it could be, again, that students are participating on a rotating basis, that they have somebody for one semester, but perhaps not the other semester, or they're asking for that student voice on particular topics, but not at every meeting. So I don't have a specific number of how many boards never include students as an official representative on the board, but we certainly could get that information for you, with at least with our membership.
Follow up?
I'm just pretty sure that there's no student on the Bedford, New Hampshire School Board. So I will put that out there as a question. Could you check for me,
I'd
Ms.
be happy
Wilson,
to.
to see whether or not there is? I just visually there is not. And I'm interested in what the alternatives for student input are if they're not seating somebody at the table.
Absolutely, I'm happy to get that for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a very short, probably a very simple question to respond to. How do, to the best of your knowledge, how are students identified? Are they appointed by the school board, or are they elected by the student council within the high school? How might that happen?
It happens differently at each school board and each district. Some students are elected by the student body. Some students are included as a school board rep as part of their National Honor Society service hours. That's one of the ways in which they're meeting those things. Some are appointed as part of a course competency, potentially, to maybe one semester you would have students from AP US History or AP Civics who are potentially serving on the board for their time in that course. It really does depend on the district, and I think that was one of the reasons that we wanted to support not mandating necessarily how the person would be identified to be the school board rep for the student body, that we would leave that up to local districts and local schools to determine that.
Then, is it so then that there are some school boards that have rotating students on, maybe by the month or bi-monthly, or?
Yes, that's accurate. And I believe that for some districts that have multiple high schools, right now that is how they do it in terms of rotating a person from each high school over time. Not necessarily each high school at every meeting, but for example, if there's 4 quarters and there's 4 high schools in a certain district, you may have each quarter, one high school is assigned to assign a student rep member for that amount of time.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Cornell.
This is really just a statement. I just want to say it really is a good idea, and I don't know if everybody knows that the student board member in Manchester just wrote the new dress code policy for the entire school district, and it was accepted and voted on by the school board. And that was written by the student, so they really do a good job.
Thank you. Further questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other folks that would like to testify regarding student participation on the school boards? Not, and we don't have any further pink cards up here, so we will then close this hearing. When's the next one start? 2:40. 15 minutes. Yeah. Pardon me?
1679,
Is this going anywhere?
dissolution co-op.
I was, looking at it, and I'm saying, no, so we do another committee like Jim Grenier did years ago, and there were a few things he did which were very positive, but it came up with just one big battle because there's those that don't want them dissolved, and there's those that want to get out.
Oh, absolutely. But this was part of, there were a couple other co-ops, right?
Yes, we have other bills.
Yeah, 1399, 1366.
Yeah.
So probably wrap them all. So there's dissolution, I don't really think is I think co-op is a good solution for a lot of places.
Well, that's exactly right. I don't want to see the whole thing dissolved and
Yeah.
gone, because that's just going sort of the opposite way we want to go as far as, cut down some of our administrative costs, or cut down this, look at our structure and organization of the whole
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
So this would not be the bill that I would choose to
No.
go forward with.
No,
Um,
no, we pick one of the others. And
I've also been thinking, is there a need for us to have like a committee to hold discussion on this and bring folks in and have a, but here we are with a dissolution of a cooperative school district, and we hear so much about from Delancre and a whole lot of people, I want to get out in this. Look what's showing up. Nobody's showing up for it. Is it that they don't know it's being held? Because there's a lot of stuff going on in education, and so, but if this is all we have, is this the interest level?
That's my concern here, is that
Yeah.
we're not even getting a full-throated
Exactly.
hearing.
So, yeah, so the only other way of doing it is really setting up a committee of the whole or a subcommittee, but when do we do that?
Yeah, right, we're not gonna have time to do that.
Is this an early bill? This is not an early bill. Certainly a lot of financial ramifications.
Actually,
1679, maybe it is.
I got the list right here.
Yeah, let's see.
It is not.
It's not, is it? No, I didn't think it was. So we have through March.
Yeah.
So we could, what are the other two titles?
1699, and, I'm sorry, 1399, 1366. And those were co-op apportionments to exit
Relative co-op school reapportionment.
yeah.
And 99.
This, equity on exit.
Yeah, same sponsors.
I think this whole thing is like, there are pockets of problems,
Yeah, that's right.
but it's not a universal problem.
Well, I'm in a cooperative school district, and Haverhill's getting pretty tired of paying the big way.
Yeah.
So there's interest up there, but it's not at the level where they're saying, we want to get out.
Right.
They realize the dynamics, it's just like jumping over a very high hurdle. And if I look around on the committee here, who would have an interest in that on this committee besides?
Linda.
Okay,
Well, Linda's Kearsarge.
yeah, well, I know that,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
there's Linda.
I'm certainly interested.
I'm interested too,
Yeah.
but I'm also interested in the finance bill you got going.
Yeah.
So I guess we can chew and walk, and chew gum and walk at the same time. And
Right.
do a
Well,
couple
let's
bills.
just not beat ourselves into
Yeah.
oblivion, though. That's
The question I say is, trying to think, is this the year to doing a high-powered, yeah,
it's just not.
I know it. Politically, well. We're not going there. When I lived in Maine, I was just hoping they cut the bridge down in Kittery. Okay, and that's what chased me to Alaska. Okay, here we are now. It's time to go ahead and introduce the next bill. It's HB 1679, relative to the dissolution and repeal of cooperative school districts. The prime sponsor's not here, Representative Cordelli. He was unable to attend today. So we're going to have Representative Bohm introduce the bill on his behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Education Committee. A bill relative to the dissolution and repeal of cooperative school districts. There are a number of people here going to speak, but just so the many years that I've been on the Education Committee, just about every year, we've had bills on cooperative school districts. One of the problems we have in the state is every cooperative school district is different. So when schools want to leave, it depending on what the cooperative district is. So that's always been an issue. So this bill, I know a lot of us discussed it over the summer on what to do about cooperative school districts. And one of the things that went on, why don't we just get rid of them? So one of the things is this is for discussion, and we'll have more debate on it and whatnot on what we can do about it. So with that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Bohm. Are there any questions for Representative Bohm? It's your opportunity. Representative Lakers.
I don't know if you know the answer to this, but thank you for taking my question anyways. What if a cooperative school district doesn't want to disband?
Well, that's one of the problems we have. A lot of them want to, or dissolution, to dissolve or whatnot, or remove themselves from the cooperative school district. And that's one of the problems we've had, like I said, nearly every year I've been here since 2008. But the problem is it's always been a problem, and what to do about it. So that's why, Glenn put this bill in, Representative Cordelli put this bill in, but the stuff we had discussed on what to do. And this, I think, just opens up discussion on what we can do.
Well, since we.
Got a question?
Yeah, I tried to, but you weren't looking. Yes. Thank you.
No, but form it in a question, please.
Since this has come in, other cooperative districts that are very happy have asked, do they still have to dissolve when they're very happy, or can this be somehow amended so that they don't have to?
I don't know. That's why it sort of opened the discussion. And I know there's one cooperative school district which isn't a cooperative school district. The town of Derry is a cooperative school district with East Derry, which is no longer exists because they became town of Derry, but they're still a cooperative school district.
Thank you.
Further questions? Not seeing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be Representative Tony Piemonte. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, committee, for taking my testimony here. I will say that I am not the, Mr. Cordelli, Representative Cordelli is the main sponsor on this bill, and I didn't realize he was here today, so I'm going to make a few statements or words for him. On this House Bill 1679, there is a way to negotiate the amount of money that a student would pay, and that can be done within the towns, whether they have two representatives who will negotiate with the school board, and they would be able to go to the same schools, but maybe at a cost that will be a little bit less and more desirable to them. I know there's a lot of discussion now about how certain school boards are acting, and this may solve that problem. We'll just have to see. I think the rest of the information would come out during your executive session, but it could have something to do with reducing taxes. It could reduce your budgets. There's a number of things that it could play into effect, and I don't know how those will come out as we sit right here now.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the representative? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Can you tell me how many cooperative school districts there are in the state?
I do not know.
And is this just strictly cooperatives or regional schools involved in this as well?
Again, I believe it's just the cooperative school districts, but I'm not fully
Thank you.
voiced on that.
Thank you.
Further, yes, Representative Lakos?
Can I ask you the same question? Would you be amenable to amending this to allow a school district where all the towns involved voted to stay in the cooperative school district, to get to stay a cooperative school district?
Unfortunately, this bill is now in your committee, and it has not much to do with me. So any amendments that you make would be your own.
Thank you. I just wanted your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Moffett?
A clerk question for you, Representative. Did you say fortunately or unfortunately it is with this committee?
No, it is with it. I didn't know whether I did say fortunately, but it is with your purview now.
Thank you.
Are there further questions? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Becky Wilson of the School Boards Association.
Good afternoon again, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. For the record, Becky Wilson, Director of Governmental Relations for the New Hampshire School Boards Association. We're here today in opposition of this bill. However, we would like to make some recommendations as opposed to just stating why this bill is difficult for us to move forward with. As opposed to trying to solve the numerous individual issues that have come to this board, to this committee regarding co-op districts in the multiple bills, we would really like to consider whether or not this committee could move forward with developing a study commission to look at each of these items in its entirety together and the impact of each one and how they interplay with the cooperative districts. To answer a question that was just asked, there are 42 or around 42 regional or cooperative school districts in the state. It's a high number of districts that these kinds of bills around cooperative districts would certainly affect that. We did speak with Chairman Ladd earlier in this session in response to some of the other cooperative bills that have come forward. And we did bring with us today in our testimony some potential language that could be used to develop that study commission moving forward. With all of the complexities involved with regional and cooperative districts, to try to look at each individual item without considering the impact of each one on the other and the domino effects that happen when certain bills are put through for one aspect of cooperatives and not looking at the entire system as a whole, we really feel like that would be detrimental to districts across New Hampshire. I'm happy to try to take any questions. I will say that Barrett was planning to be here today to testify, but he's been pulled away unexpectedly. And as he stated last week, our areas of expertise are very combined, but together we have very different areas of expertise. So if there are questions that I can answer today, I'm happy to answer them. And if not, I'm happy to get the answer for you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the School Boards Association? Representative Luno?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much, Ms. Wilson, for sticking with us this afternoon. You mentioned that there are 42 cooperatives. Is that 42 municipalities that are in cooperatives, or is that 42 cooperatives?
I believe just 42 cooperative or regional school districts.
And so a follow-up on that. And so that would involve a lot more, maybe double that or 3 times that in terms of municipalities?
Yes, it would certainly be a much higher number than just 42.
Okay, thanks. And then a final question related to this. Are there any municipalities that are members of maybe at the same time a single school district as well as a cooperative school district? Like Concord?
Yes, certainly there are. Yes. Yes, certainly there are municipalities that obviously run their own district school and then are also part of a larger cooperative or regional district, especially at the higher grade levels.
So it gets complicated fast.
The cooperatives are very complicated.
So thank you,
yes.
Becky.
Any further questions? Becky, I have, has the School Boards Association, we've looked at this issue every year I've been in the House, so that's 14 years that I know of. And we know that there are, if you take all the municipalities or towns that are part of these co-ops, according to the fiscal note in the backside, we're talking at least 117 communities. But there is a note in the fiscal note here that by doing so, we create 90 new school districts throughout the state. My question then is, has your association looked at what additional costs it's going to take in administration and costs associated with forming a new district would be?
No, but thank you for the question, Representative. We have not looked at that granular level in terms of what the actual cost would be to try to move in this direction. I think it's, you know, it's certainly a resource issue, not only fiscally, but just in terms of getting staffing, superintendents, and those kinds of things that would need to be put into effect if this were to go forward. The resources in all areas, I think, would be certainly tapped out to a very high extent.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Yes, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Lett. Good afternoon again, thank you. I just want to make sure I'm clear on the understanding of my interpretation, or what I think the understanding is. A cooperative school, and I know they've talked about Francistown, the small ones, a cooperative school, in terms of the dissolution as presented in this bill, is the same, for example, Kingswood Regional High School. So all the regional schools are considered the same as cooperative schools, is that correct?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that would be our interpretation.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Representative Ladd.
You're welcome. Further questions from the committee? Not seeing hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any other cards? Yeah. Deborah House? AFT, New Hampshire. Welcome.
It's on now. Good. Good afternoon, Chairman Ladd and members of the committee. I am happy that you have given me this time to address you and share my members' concerns about HB 1679. And I have written testimony that I'll give you after. We're here to oppose HB 1679. This bill mandates the breakup of cooperative school districts, and from our perspective, it would hurt kids and families by arbitrarily disrupting children's education. It wastes time and money that should be going to our students, and they have so many needs right now. We really can't afford to be spending it setting up 90 new school districts. It would interfere in towns' and parents' educational decisions, and also decisions that voters have made over the past decades. It would likely raise property taxes. It would set up backdoor pressure to take up vouchers and send kids to charter schools. It would create unnecessary state bureaucracy, as there would be much needed support to set up those 90 new school districts. For decades, New Hampshire towns that were too small to finance their own school systems have banded together in cooperative school districts. And as we just heard, there are currently about 42 cooperative and regional school districts, mostly in rural areas of the state. Those districts provide real benefits to our students. They're a great way for smaller towns to share school buildings, teachers, staff, operating costs, and capital expenses, and avoid duplicating administrative systems. They give students in smaller towns access to academics, sports, art, music, and other services and programs that single towns alone can't afford. And they're flexible. For example, some towns just share a high school and have their own elementary and middle schools. So the individual towns and districts decide what they want, and the voters have a say. Mandating that those all be dissolved is going against local control, going against what the voters over time have decided. Students and families could find themselves suddenly without the teachers, staff, school, and programs and services they've always had. The bill would arbitrarily disrupt education for thousands of kids across our state. The bill gives towns who are now part of cooperative districts two costly and equally bad choices. They either have to suddenly create their own district, and this bill has a deadline of 2025. That's hardly any time to plan. Or pay whatever it costs to send their students to another town under a tuition agreement, or perhaps to another, non-public school in an area, or maybe it's going to force more families to take up the EFA program, which we all know is well over budget. And there's a lot of questions about how that's running. We've heard the argument that there's a lot of problems in cooperative districts, but there already is a solution for towns that want to get out of cooperative districts. It exists in current law. This proposed solution is like grabbing a sledgehammer when a scalpel will do. Polling that we did back in December with Hart Research shows that Granite State voters support their local public schools. 74% of them want stronger investment in their public schools. 72% of them want to see their public schools supported. They don't want to see vouchers. They don't want to see more charter schools. They want to see their public schools supported. Our children right now need stability, social and emotional supports, and a safe and welcoming environment in every school so we can help them not only recover from disruptions of the past 2 years. They don't need to have their schooling and their social networks thrown into chaos. So in conclusion, please stop HB 1679. Let's keep our school districts going forward. Let's focus on what the kids need and not take a sledgehammer to something that needs a scalpel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee? Not seeing any hands. Thank you very much. That's it. Are there any other individuals in the chairs out front that would like to testify in this that may not have put a pink card in? So it looks like we have the pink cards, which we have. We've gone through those. So with that, I'm going to close this hearing. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Yes, she did.
Okay.
Stand by. Yeah, my fault. Teresa Wyman of Canterbury.
That's okay. Teresa, come on up. No, I believe this is the last card. Teresa Wyman, Canterbury, New Hampshire. Welcome.
Thank you. I am here as a private citizen. Am I too loud?
No, you're
I
fine.
can talk wicked loud if you want me to. But I know that I have friends and that there are many others who share my opinion and perhaps can't be here. I am appalled by this bill. This country was founded by my ancestors with a strong value on public education. That means everybody goes to school. That doesn't mean charter schools and vouchers. That means a public school that every child can go to. The Puritans started that in 1639. Although I myself am a retired RN, I come from a family of teachers, so I think I have some credibility in this. My mom taught kindergarten for many years, including managing a private kindergarten in a town that didn't have a public one. My dad's teaching career started by teaching 6th grade in the Tilton Northfield district. Technically, the building is in Northfield. And it ended with him being a highly respected member of the faculty of the University of Massachusetts. I'm a product of public education. I started school in Canterbury, New Hampshire, and I finished my Bachelor of Science at UMass. I would have preferred to have gone to UNH, but UMass was a whole lot thriftier choice. In-state tuition there was quite affordable. And lest anybody have any question about it, I did not get a cut because my dad was on the faculty. I had a key to his office if I wanted to study there, but it was the other end of campus from the nursing program. So that's my background. My reasons for opposing this bill, there are 3 basic reasons. One has to do with education. To those who have started this bill, and I'm not sure whom I should be looking at, please tell me how it would be advantageous for high school students to attend a smaller school with fewer choices. That just doesn't make sense to me. For example, would there be one teacher for all the sciences instead of perhaps one in biology, one in chemistry, one in physics? Planning curriculum takes time. Planning in several subjects takes more time than planning different levels of the same subject. And I can tell you that teachers put plenty of time into their planning. By the time I was 12, I said, there's no way I'm going to be a teacher. It was too much work. I'm not sure being a nurse was a whole lot less, but I didn't know that at the time. And what I say about planning curriculum, et cetera, that applies to all fields, whether it's English, foreign languages. How many languages are you going to have in a school that doesn't have enough teachers to have more than one? And what about things like computers that I can't speak to that. I can barely make one run. And how about the many things that are not part of the formal curriculum? Sports, a lot of people like that. It's life-saving to many kids. Theater, music, dance, band, art, orchestra, debate team. Education involves exposure to new things. A regional school may provide students with an opportunity to know people from different demographics. The world which they will enter as adults will be filled with people from all kinds of backgrounds. Let our kids begin to experience this, please. Less is more. I don't think so. Okay, that's education. Financial. If towns in a given district, for whatever reason, find that their regional school district is not working, they already have the option of reconsidering this alliance. There are some people in Canterbury right now who are considering a study, and I believe at this point it's just a study, of whether being in a regional school with Belmont is really the best fit. This includes the option of building our own high school. Thus, this bill is superfluous. Why are you wasting your time with it? If regional schools were to be dismantled, there would undoubtedly be a large increase in property taxes in many towns. Those of us from a thrifty Yankee background object to paying more unless we get more. In this case, as I noted previously, we would be getting less. I don't know how many times I've told people the education of our kids in town is important to everyone. I don't mind paying taxes for that. But I sure as hell mind paying more taxes for less education. And if you think I'm emotional now, wait till you get to philosophy of local control. What about local control? I believe that many of the people sponsoring this bill are generally in favor of more, not less, local control. So why do you feel the schools should be regulated by the state government? And I might point out that the state of New Hampshire doesn't do much to fund education anyhow. There's plenty of evidence going back to Claremont about that, and I'm old enough to remember a lot of that in the newspapers. As it is largely the town property taxes that pay for education, it seems that it would be only fair for the townspeople, not the legislators from Concord, who represent only a small number of school districts in the state, would be the ones deciding how our children are educated. No one sponsoring this bill represents my district or me. I do not want them dictating this level of control over my town's schools. I don't have kids in the school. I'm talking about the kids in my town. Following the logic presented in this bill, perhaps we should consider going really local. I don't often get to say I'm too young, but I'm 4 years too young to have gone to a one-room schoolhouse in my town. In closing, I cannot help but wonder if this is, in reality, an attempt to discredit and undermine public education. I question the actual motivation with this so-called educational bill. I believe those who have written it, if you were to be honest in your heart of hearts, you would have to admit that you are attempting something unspeakably unpatriotic, and that is to dismantle public education. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Thank you very much for coming today. Are there any questions that you?
Oh, I'd be happy to.
I don't see any hands raised. Thank you very much. Or just one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for coming in. Do you want to leave us your written testimony?
I'd be glad to. This is just, when I read about this morning, I had 1,000 things I wanted to do today besides coming out in the cold, but since I'm not clever with computers, I wrote myself an email and had to go to the library to print it, so who wants my one page?
If
Right-
you
right
could
here,
just
ma'am.
bring it right over to the gentleman right there, and they'll pass it up to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Wyman, for coming down from Canterbury.
Are there any other folks out there? Last call for pink cards. Not seeing any, so at this time, I'm going to close the hearing down.